Hello, everybody. My name is Sky. I am your friendly neighborhood autistic person full of random useless facts, and today we are getting back into Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. In this particular stream, we will actually be starting the Frozen Wilds DLC, where we will stay until completion. Just a quick heads up before we get started. It is currently raining, and if you have watched my streams enough, you know I don't have the best internet. I have just enough power to stream, and the rain dilutes what little we have. So the chances of crashes are a little bit higher today, and it will be on the stream end and not on the game end, most likely. But if that happens, we will just stop where we are, and I will restart again. Hello, Munchkin Man, here to say hello. He's just a boy. But let's get started by heading into the Frozen Wilds. Here's hoping that we are leveled up enough. I think we are. I think we'll be fine.
What are you doing, Aloy? This path leads to the cut. The Banuk have nothing to offer besides useless mysticism. The Eclipse won't stand idle while you waste time playing in the snow. Return to your task.
I was thinking, Rost used to tell me stories about the Banuk and their shamans, and how they thread blue cables through their skin. Kind of like someone else we know, huh? So maybe the real reason you want me to stay clear of the Banuk is to stay clear of your past.
It's the ancient past that concerns me, Aloy, not my own. Which is why you should stop prattling and get back to what matters. But as usual, you'll do as you wish.
Touchy.
Alright, I know I've mentioned it before, but this is actually the recommended time for that the devs prefer people to start the Frozen Wilds. We just finished the Grave Horde. And the Grave Horde drops you right outside of the Frozen Wilds DLC. So if you intend to play the game yourself and you want to play through it the way the devs would like you to, and the way I recommend, is once you get to the Grave Horde and you finish that, you pop up here. Just make sure you level up first.
This one's a new predator. Can see the heat coming off it. It's holding!
Oh, he's much too strong for that. Gonna have to just outsmart, beat the crap out of him. Scorchers are extremely aggressive.
That hurt it.
As you've seen, they have a claw attack where they will just run at you. But they also have quite a few attacks like that where they can just make a shot. Ooh, and they hit very, very hard. Shit, get off of me. Get away. You are way too intense, buddy. You need some therapy. Even limping, you're moving faster than I do. So you stay right down there. Well, that's an easy way to go through all of your medicinal herbs.
Forget about traveling light. Saving these for the trail.
They did a good job with the Aurora. It looks much better. Looks more realistic. I like it.
Outlander on the mountain!
Okay, that's a welcome, I guess.
You sure you'll be warm enough up here, Nora?
I've worked up a sweat from the climb.
You made it to the cut, Outlander.
Not that you'll stay long.
Oh my gosh. You can actually see fire and
Smoke
embers
rising from the
spilling.
mountain. And the village, too.
Oh, that's
Like
so
before.
cool. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, I can't wait to get into the rest of it.
To be Banuk is to know that death may rise up to meet you at any moment. Trust that our hunters knew this. Who knows better how to lead than Aratok? We must partake in it.
We haven't lost this many hunters since the war. Must be something big going on. Most of the village is moving towards that smoke.
How are we to trust the chieftain to sweetly die?
Get ready for a rare sight, Nora. Bergrand, purveyor of necessities. Most of the time, the Banuk burn their dead. But not today.
Because the bodies couldn't be recovered.
Aye, a nasty business. All their best warriors lost. So they're getting a different kind of send-off.
Grasp your grief, my hunters, and kill it! For our kin sees the fate all Banuk long for. Falling with their spears striking steel. Their struggle is over now. You have witnessed their spirits rise up into the blue sky and beyond to the blue light. But our struggle is only beginning. Soon, we will again take up the hunt against the daemon that frenzies the machines against us. And so I ask you, can you summon the courage of our fallen kin? Will you fight and die as well as they did?
My courage! My spear!
Our blood is in your teeth, Aratok!
We are Banuk.
Juice drain. Juice down.
Our enemies are prey.
A daemon. That frenzies the machines.
Machines that wiped out their best. And what do they want to do? Go back up there. Fools. A little advice. For free.
Aloy.
Aloy. I've been up here for 2 long winters, and I still can't make sense of the Banuk. Take this ruckus. It started with one of their shamans, Aurea, spouting on about spirits and demons up on Thunder's drum. So they march their Warwick up there, and half of them get slaughtered by machines. When Aurea vanished, I thought the crazy might have gone with her, but no. Here's Big Aratak, gearing them up to do it all over again.
You said you've lived out here for 2 winters?
Aye. Back home, some fur traders told me about this steel-forsaken heap of tents. Good location. Ripe for change. We were barely scraping by until this place started filling up for Aurea. A great prophet is coming, they said. I heard prophet. Honest mistake. Not that the Banuk are stingy, they just prefer to keep trade among themselves. We could get through to enough of them. We could really put this place on the map. Or at least on a map.
We?
Me and my daughter. My assistant, Varja. My assistant and my daughter. We seem to get along better as business partners. Her mother wanted me to show her a trade. She started tinkering with weapons. Say, when you need a break from this Banuk carry-on, stop in and see her. You're both, how do I put it?
Women?
No. Independent. Look for her at Long Notch, the easternmost Banuk camp.
Is Aratak a renowned warrior around here?
He's a Warwick chieftain. His voice carries a lot of respect. Not that you hear much of it. Man talks about as much as a dead fish. But when he and Aurea came to town with their Warwick, it drew more Banuk to this little burg than I'd ever seen. Know what else I saw, Aloy? My own little trade route, stretching all the way back to the claim. Then, he goes and leads them off to their death at the claws of angry machines. So much for my best customers.
What are these Warwicks about, Bergrand? Some sort of tribe within the tribe?
Not like our clans back home. You don't get born into these things. They hold tryouts. Prove your best at something and you might get a place. Some Warwicks come and go. Some last as long as metal. The whole Banuk territory, Banur, is just a bunch of the biggest, oldest Warwicks.
I'm not sure if I'm less confused or more confused.
Well, here's the sure thing. Each Warwick has a chieftain and a shaman. They make the decisions. All well and good, except the chieftains are hard-headed, and the shamans have their heads in the clouds.
And Aurea is the one who spoke about this daemon?
That's right. Told Aratak and the others that it lives up on Thunder's drum. And they believed her.
But you don't.
Look, I don't know what Aurea found up there. A shaman's not going to talk to an outlander. The machines in the cut are getting more vicious, that's a fact. It could be because of the daemon, or it could be because they all got indigestion, for all I know. But Aurea's not around to explain. She took off, and no one knows why.
What is it about the Banuk you can't make sense of?
Well, everything's a test to them. A hardship to endure. A challenge to survive.
Seems like they don't have much of a choice in a place like this.
Yeah. A land cold enough to crack teeth. Filled with wild animals. You'd think they'd accept a little reasonably priced aid. Don't believe me, I've tried to convince them. But a Banuk with nothing left to prove might just lie down and die.
Have you ever heard of a man named Silence? Tall, deadly serious, cables in his skin? Like a shaman?
I've heard that name once or twice, but always whispered. Like some boogeyman the Banuk want to forget. I'm not sure what went down, but I got the impression he messed with the Conclave. Or they messed with him.
Conclave?
All the most important shamans gather in Banur from time to time to keep up with the latest mumbo-jumbo. No idea how they all fit into one tent without those crazy headdresses getting locked up on each other. Araya's been to that shindig, but when I asked her what it's like, she just gave me a dirty look. So if you want to know more, you'll have to find her and make her like you, I guess. Good luck.
I want to know more about this daemon.
It's crazy talk, Aloy.
Or there's something to it. Something connected to how the machines behave.
Then you need to find Araya. She was last seen headed for the mountains they call the Ice Rafts. I've heard only the shamans know the trail beyond those frozen peaks. But I do know where you could find her apprentice, Naltuk. He went north of the river, chasing rumors.
Rumors?
Not the good kind. Sudden attacks in the snow. Strange new structures. Some say a new machine, like no one's seen before.
Well, now I'm definitely interested. Thanks for the talk, Bergrand.
Don't mention it.
I wonder if Aratak could tell me more about Araya or
Between
Thunderstorm.
knowing your worth and
Might be worth a shot.
overestimating it.
Alright, before we talk to Aratak, I want to go over a few things. One, that intro will always give me chills. The screams echoing into the cut right before the horn blow always gets me. The Glint Hawks peacefully coming down and just grabbing the armor instead of, deciding to rage war on us is always beautiful. And the way the shamans will actually, when the Glint Hawks appear, they match their cries to the pitch and tone of the Glint Hawks' cries, which is so cool. Love it. Love that intro. As for the remastered, what differences am I seeing? A majority of the differences I'm seeing right now are in the quality of the background and of the environment itself. A little bit of better retexturing on the humans, but I was not expecting a lot to be done with the Frozen Wilds DLC for the remaster. And the reason why is because the Frozen Wilds DLC is closer to Forbidden West than it is to Zero Dawn. They actually used what they learned creating the Frozen Wilds DLC to build on Forbidden West. So, because of that, there wasn't really much improvement to be made with the DLC itself. Either way, I'm happy with it. Can't wait to see more.
I do not want to hear this talk from you again. Doubt is heavier than a week's snow.
Forgive me, my chieftain. We will be ready for the next attempt.
But this will not be an attempt. It must be done. Do you understand?
My chieftain.
Good. Outlander, I suppose you wish to speak?
You're set on going back to the mountain?
I have put my word to it.
Even with the risks being so great?
The risk of what? Death? It would be a worse fate to bow our heads to the challenge and say too much.
Did your Warwick come from this place?
No, we rallied most of our hunters from across Banur to face the threat of the daemon. But I was born here and stayed to fight the Karja when others retreated into the mountains. A few of my old warriors remained with me, those who survived.
This daemon you talked about.
If you are hardy enough, you can venture out and see the signs yourself. It has changed the machines, made them fiercer, stronger.
But what is it?
A matter for the shamans to debate.
Araya knows about this daemon. Where would I talk to her?
She does a shaman's work. That is not for the eyes and ears of others. Certainly not in Outlanders.
There are other Weraks in Song's Edge too?
Yes. The village has its own life for all Banuk who need trade or shelter. After the war ended, it sprang up from what was once a campsite, quick as the bloom between frosts. Perhaps it will last until the Karja seek war again.
Well, I guess that's it then.
Good. I prefer deeds to words.
Right.
I'll hold you to that, Aratak. We will perform some deeds. First, we are going to head to our inventory. We're going to pick an outfit that better matches the area we're in. It's a favorite of mine in terms of looks. It also has some very good quality effects to it. The Banuk Trailblazer. Yeah, that's what it is. Gonna do this. And is there defense? Nope.
It's a pleasure to see you.
There. Now we fit in a little bit better. Minus the face paint, but I'm not going to bitch about that anymore. I've said my piece too many times. Let's grab any side quests that are already up here in the camp on our way to go and find Naltuk.
To paint your face with the colors of your wearing.
It's a good, deep din, silenced by rising waters. But I don't believe it myself.
You seem sad, stranger. I heard you mention a flood?
Yes. A sudden deluge, without rain or melt to explain it. I'm Aloy, the drummer of Deep Din. Or at least I was, until it disappeared under the waters.
Deep Din. What's that?
A hollow, carved out by the old ones. A chamber, a basin, and a musical instrument all at once. My life, my calling. I'd explain it by playing for you if I could. But its pipes are deep under the water now.
So the waters came fast.
One day it was dry. The next, the nearby river had risen and the entire basin was flooded. I don't understand it. There was no rain, not even any clouds, and yet the river rose higher than I'd ever seen it. And there it remains.
So Deep Din is a place. And a musical instrument?
Yes. Pipes that carry a perfect tone beneath a sonorous basin. A wondrous edifice the old ones used to carry music far and wide. During the war, my father played the pipes to rally the Banuk against the Karja. I'm the drummer now. But our battles are few and far between. Mostly I play for the joy of it. Or to remember my family. Of course, if the waters don't recede, what's the point of joy? Or remembering?
A flood without rain. That is strange. Where is this place? I'll have a look if I'm in the area.
Just northwest of here. Look all you like, but I don't see what good it'll do. The floodwaters aren't going anywhere. How does one ask a river to relent?
I care to travel south. I'm not get much further than the Grave Lord. That place,
No, man.
Alright, we're going to want to get all these figurines, or all these maps, for collecting while we're out, so we need to hunt badgers and goats while we're out and about. I'm going to just make a note of that. Hunt badgers
I've never traveled further
and
south than the
goats.
Grave. In the old days, the mad sanctum made doing so.
Here's to better days than this one.
Water lapping on old stone. That's the sound asleep to, not the frozen.
When the old ones were fresh in their graves and our numbers were still small, it was she who led us through the frozen wastes. We also remember the ravenous tribe, who delighted in sucking the marrow from our broken bones. Everywhere Banukai and her Werak fled, the ravenous tribe were never far behind. Seeking a way to defeat them, Banukai went into the wastes and let the wind whip her cheeks. And when the cold brought sleep, she dreamt of light. She saw it behind the world, a great calming sheet of icy blue. And she saw something new. Herds of machines, each filled with the same blue light. When she woke, she knew which star to follow. She walked for many days and nights until she arrived at a temple built from sparkling ice. At the gates of the temple, she was met by the machines from her dream, who bowed to her as she entered. Inside, Banukai discovered the blue light bubbling from a hole in the snowy earth like a spring. "You bid me come," she said. My people need aid. Will you provide it? The machines whispered to Banu-Kai. We go where the light goes, for we are its chosen vessels. There is darkness in your heart. It cannot hold the light for long. Carry it to your people if you must, but the cost will be great. Banu-Kai waded into the pool. The light reared like a nest of snakes and struck Banu-Kai, piercing her skin, filling her up. Banu-Kai did not scream, though she was in agony. Banu-Kai did not collapse, though her limbs shook. She climbed from the pool and carried the light inside her. She marched toward home, and the machines marched behind her. As she walked, the light struggled to push its way out of her, but the machines were there to aid her. She sewed her body shut with their cables, patched herself with their metal, and kept the light within. When she arrived, the forces of the ravenous tribe had surrounded the camp. Although the light had left her with 1,000 wounds, Banu-Kai charged. And because she held the light, the machines followed. The ravenous tribe killed many, but those in camp rushed to join the battle. They gathered pieces of the fallen machines and from them fashioned weapons. And it was with these that Banu-Kai's people repaid the suffering the ravenous tribe had wrought upon them. When quiet descended, Banu-Kai finally fell. The machines bowed their heads, and her Werak wept. The light she'd held within her drifted from her wounds and rose to the sky. And for just a moment, before life left her, Banu-Kai knew the truth of the blue light. And she felt peace. We remember Banu-Kai, the first to crawl from the cave beneath the world, who brought the machines to us. When we speak the name of our tribe, we remember her. And we will not forget.
Damn. So they definitely have done some work on the effects. The effects for his show were much, much better. I never noticed the blue light that he is manipulating as he does everything, and they did the smoke effects much nicer. It looks great.
It's been a long day, and all I want is to stare into the fire and lose
Alright, let's start heading towards Naltuk. There's one other quest that we can pick up on the way down there.
I don't remember much about the Red Raids.
Okay, if I want to learn more about how this daemon affects the machines, I've got to find Araya. And to do that, I need to talk to her apprentice, who followed the river north.
Outlander, wait a moment. That weapon of yours, Outlander, that spear, I can see the blue light upon it.
You're not the first to take an interest in it. I've made it myself.
Your own design, and yet you are not a shaman.
No. More of a tinker?
A tinker does not understand the spark in the metal, the song in the metal like this. But it could be improved upon, modified with the help of the old ones. Far north of here there is a cave, a shaft in the snow. Within it is a nest of metal birds. Find a bird that hasn't been stripped by shamans past. Look for a rail inside it, the length of your spear. That's all I can tell you.
Get a rail from some metal birds in a cave. Sounds perfectly normal.
These new machines, another horror visited upon us by the daemon.
If we must face stronger machines, we'll have to become better hunters.
To mix more. Yellow dye.
Any news from the hunt? The herd isn't roaming far from the camp.
Keep them together this time.
Then we wait. But I bet we'll see a stray.
All right, I'll keep watch tonight.
Gosh, goats are so fast. Get back here. No luck.
These will keep. What did it take to knock one of those over? They're built to last. Encased in ice. It fell a long time ago. But the scavengers have just gotten started. Keep quiet now. It felt that!
Good morning, Jimmy. I hope you're doing well.
the last of the scavengers. Should scan the tall neck. See how deep the damage goes.
Meh. Understandable. I'm doing okay. I feel like I could be doing better. I'm still a little bit sleepy. I think that's what the issue is. Oh, I haven't even opened my Dr. Pepper cherry yet. That might be why. But I'm sorry that you're feeling me.
Scavengers ripped out 3 major parts. If I could bring them back, maybe I could even reactivate it. Get at what's inside its head.
Oh, wait. Is what I remember in here what I think is in here? Yes. At least it's a regular Scorcher, not a demonic one.
Save these for the...
Gotta follow up.
Alright, duly noted. What did we learn? Scorchers are a pain in the ass. That's all I really know. Let's try again.
stay quiet. Part seems intact. Tallnecks are built tough. Not much gets past them. Ugh!
They move way too fast. Like, if they moved just half a millisecond slower, it would still be too fast, but it would be at least a little bit more manageable. Where the hell did it put me?
Bergren said Araya's apprentice went north of the river. Hopefully not too far. Got their attention.
It always terrifies me how a lot of machines, if they see you act like if they are watching you as you place down traps, especially in mid-fight like this, they will do their best to avoid them and walk around them because they, you know, they're not stupid. They see you placing them. This fucker, however, doesn't give a flying shit. He just walks right through your traps like, oh, these things? Are they supposed to deter me? Oh, how sad for you. That doesn't work for me. Gosh, he's terrifying. You're too OP, man. Alright, you're getting too close and snuggly with me, and I don't approve. Oh, that was stressful. Yes, Jimmy, we are in the Frozen Wilds DLC. So far, the biggest notice of difference with the remaster is just some textural differences in the environment and on the people. But for the most part, the Frozen Wilds DLC is closer to Forbidden West than it is to Zero Dawn, so there's not much improvement to make on it. I'm happy with it so far, though. The volcano looks awesome. It looks so sick. When we get out there and I can get a good look at it, I'll show you. Freaking snow haze. Can't ever see a damn thing with snow haze.
God, I found this.
Psst. We've been trying to contact you about your machine's extended warranty.
still in one piece. Just go about your business. Well, that fits. Sure hope it works. Well, it's in better shape than it was. Okay, if I'm right, I just need to get the power flowing through it again. And if I'm wrong, at least no one's watching. It should wake you up. Easy now. Easy. Right, it's never easy. Now I need to climb that tall neck again. I'll need to find higher ground.
Yeah, no amount of sprinting will ever get you directly to that spot on the first try. It sends you to the next spot that has scrappers on it, but it's okay. We've done a quick run to a tall neck before. Just gotta wait.
Gonna put up a fight. This should be a good spot for jumping onto the tall neck. Made it. Now to climb up to its head. Got it.
Oh, it's actually a good thing that we did that, because that reminded me. While at the end of the last stream, I was going through our collections and stuff like that in our notebook and just getting rid of the little exclamation points for stuff we'd already read, and I found something. These text points, data points right here, are from Tallnecks and from the Cauldrons, and I found something very interesting. Let me read these to you real quick. From the Sigma Core, Sigma Cauldron, active production oversight analysis, active additive manufacturer type, alert, intrusion, source external, active countermeasure phase shift, intrusion denied. The Rho Cauldron, oversight analysis, additive manufacturer type, alert, intrusion, source external, countermeasure phase shift, intrusion denied, intrusion, source external, countermeasure phase shift, breach in firewall 3706403, reboot purge, successful, intrusion denied. Alert, physical priority, alert, diagnostic integrity, fatal, alert, diagnostic production, fatal, alert, priority override, hibernate, alert, intrusion source external, countermeasures inactive, main production external override, main production downloading, additive manufacturer type, main production initiating. Cauldron G, production oversight analysis, additive manufacturer type, alert, intrusion source external, countermeasure phase shift, countermeasure failed, main production external override, main production downloading, additive of manufacturing type, main armament enhance, 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 main production initiating. And then finally, after we had completed all the cauldrons, it gave us this. All of us. Cauldron core log. Active countermeasure diagnosted worm.nxt. Alert. Trace intrusion detection successful. Trace result. Hephaestus. Infiltrate intrusion retrieval successful. Command template acquired. Decode initiate successful. Result. Encroachment threat. Human. Fauna threat. High. Flora threat. High. Biosphere threat. High. Directive. Cull. Production override initiated. All other priorities rescinded. Decode end. We are warned about Hephaestus before we even meet him. But only if you take the time to read the logs. Damn, that's so cool. I love this game. They're hiding so many little things. Especially in the data points, because I know I'm not the only player that when they come across the data points that they're just like, I'm not reading all that shit. Taking the time to actually read it out to y'all and go through everything, I have seen so much, so many foreshadowings and warnings that I did not ever see before. Are we... Figure it out, game. Are we going left or right? It doesn't know.
Bergren said Araya's apprentice went north of the river. Hopefully not too far. That must be Naltuk, looking out at that tower. It looks like it's sending out a pulse or signal. Interesting. Maybe I could override it. Naltuk?
Who are you? How did you find me?
Bergrand told me you'd be out here.
He's persistent. I've told that Oseram 1,000 times. I don't need to buy anything.
And I'm not selling. I just need to find Araya.
Well, you won't. She's gone where only shamans can tread. She seeks guidance from the voice in the blue light. That is her task. And the task she gave me is to observe the daemon's work. To stop it spreading, if I can. But what can I do about these towers? In only a few weeks, they've sprouted throughout the cut. The daemon's energy pulses from them. Rallies the machines, even repairs them.
Will you tell me where Araya went?
You ask a lot of questions.
Only when I'm not getting the answers I need.
There's but one voice Araya wants to hear right now, and it isn't yours. I'm sorry.
Aratak said this daemon was frenzying machines?
Look there. Those with the purple markings. They belong to the daemon. They're stronger, more dangerous.
I've seen something like this before. A corruption. But it wasn't from your daemon.
You have? Well, then you know more than I do. These towers, were they part of your corruption?
No. Those are new to me too.
Like I said, they empower the daemon's machines. They must be stopped.
All right. You want to stop the spread of the daemon's work? I know how to get started. With my bow and spear.
Outlander, wait. Won't you tell me your name?
Aloy.
Good. If you fall to the daemon's machines, at least I can properly recount your efforts to Araya.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. But I won't fall. And when I'm done, you're gonna tell me where she is. I can kill the machines, but what about the tower? I might be able to destroy it. Or override it. If I can get to the tower, I can override it.
Oh, I did not go into this properly prepared.
Slow and quiet does it. Not done yet. won't hold. So the tower helps nearby machines, but it can be overridden.
You are quite the warrior. We should speak.
Now we know how to deal with the machines in the towers. The daemon's next.
Perhaps Aurea should meet you after all. What she truly seeks is hope. After what I just saw, you could show her that. She's in retreat beyond those mountains, the ice rasps. You'll have to walk the shaman's path to get there. You'll know you've reached the end when you come to a shrine. A great machine covered in blue gleam. Shamans who complete the path take a piece of it as reward. If you make it that far, you should too. You'll have earned it.
Were you with Aurea when they attacked the mountain?
I wish I had been, even with all that happened. I'm no warrior, though, so she bid me wait. When Aurea and the chieftain returned, I saw them argue bitterly. I don't know what about exactly. Then she came to me, gave me my task, and left us.
Bergren told me you're Aurea's apprentice.
In her absence, I served the chieftain and his werak as an advisor, a scout, a speaker for the Blue Light.
A lot of responsibilities.
I don't know if I can live up to Aurea's example, but I have to try. I owe her that much. She took a chance on me. An aspiring shaman from the edge of the world. No one else would.
You said something about blue gleam at the end of the shaman's path?
A crystal that builds on the bodies of machines in the oldest ice. We Banuk believe it's the stuff of the blue light, frozen as it escapes their shells. You might be more interested that merchants will trade well for it.
How do I cross this shaman's path?
Go to the ice rasps. Then follow the markers through the ice caves and the waterfalls, and make the climb to the shrine. But be careful. The path is meant to be an ordeal, the final trial of a young shaman's training.
And I'll find Aurea at the end of it?
No. She goes further up, somewhere inside the mountain. If you see her, would you tell her, I have faith she will hear the voice again.
All right, I guess I'm off to the ice rasps to find this shaman's path. No space.
As the waters recede, people return. Singapore, May 5th, 2043. A large, pink-tinted rock marks the summit of Bukit Timah Hill, Singapore's highest point, at one time 164 meters above sea level. Charmaine Lowe records a self-hollow next to the rock, her bright smile contradicted by nervous fidgeting with her prismatic fake nails and 30s-style subdermal jewelry. I thought I'd never see this place again. I still can't believe it's real, she marvels. Proud Bukit Timah has stood firm against time and weather, but the rest of Singapore has fared less well. With approximately a third of the island nation at less than 5 meters above sea level, Singaporeans like Charmaine were forced to abandon their homes as inexplorable waters leached away their foundations throughout the snoring 20s. Now, the surviving members of Charmaine's family are returning, alongside many others. As global temperatures and sea levels stabilize, people come by air or by water. Some seek refuge from the deleterious effects of the Citram River tragedy, whose costs still reverberate today. All hope to build new lives atop the collapse of the once stable and prosperous country. Singapore represents one of many states abandoned by their citizens in the aftermath of heavy coastal flooding. Questions surrounding ownership are difficult to answer. Government and law enforcement personnel fled far in advance of the country's devastation, and documentation of title is scattered at best. The plot of land on which Charmaine's childhood home once sat belonged to the Lowe family for almost data corrupted.
These mountains must be the ice rasps. The shaman's path begins somewhere up above. Need them soon enough. I'm pretty far up. The shaman's path must be around here somewhere. This must be one of the markers Naltuk told me about. Looks like each marker points to another, giving directions. Guess I'm heading deeper into the cold, creepy ice cave. What's this chime for? To help guide the way with sound? If there's more, maybe my focus can find them. Yep, focus can pick up the chimes. Should help me find my way. Another marker. Good. Okay, that way then. Not this way. But then, where? Huh, I see. Up. Stalkers. Better be careful. Okay, through here.
Duly noted. While that's a good place to kind of pin him in, it also pins me in.
Stalkers. Better be careful. Okay, through here.
Of course there's 3 of them. Why wouldn't there be?
Done with the cave. So what's next on this path? Bridgework. Looks like it needs to fill up with water before I can cross. Around the bend we go. I cross this one? Down it is. Down, then up. There's the way up. I need to pull the rope to move this thing into position. Okay, the bridge is filling up.
Duly noted.
Now how do I cross this one? I need to pull the rope to move this thing into position. Okay, the bridge is filling up. Made it. Okay, heading for more waterfalls. Bergen wasn't exaggerating. There's definitely something new out here. And I don't think it's friendly. Onward and upward. Don't like the sound of that. It's pointing right towards those machine howls. We're doing this before. I can get out of this.
It worries me that we are making equivocally no damage on him, and we are already out of our best ammo. Ah, shit. If I remember correctly, taking care of them are completely optional. I might go ahead and at least take out the tower, so that way it's not an issue later on. But the Frostclaw might have to wait. Yeah. Destroy or override the tower optional, kill Frostclaw optional. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the tower. And then we'll make a sprint for wherever it is we gotta go.
I need to override the tower. Take control. I guess we're doing this, big boy. I should be able to get it there. I thought they'd go on forever.
Gosh, the volcano looks so good though. I love that you can actually see the magma spewing out of it and then breaking up into the air. Of course, the lightning effects looks like all of the volcano looks much, much better. They added a lot more detail and quality to it. It looks a lot more alive. Fuck yeah. I'm really happy with it. I don't think the Frozen Wilds needed too much improvement, but what they did add in is perfect. Do a hop, skippity jump.
This must be the shrine Maltuk was talking about. Guess I should take some blue gleam. Sparkles. I can see why it's worth a lot.
You know what? Fuck it. This is the perfect place for me to run to the bathroom and grab a new drink. So, if you also need to get up, stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, stay hydrated or dehydrated. In the meantime, I leave you here looking out over the absolute gorgeous beauty of Banor, or Yellowstone. I have returned.
Can't carry more. Maltuk said Aurea went past the shrine, up into the mountain. I'd better take those stairs. An ancient door. Maybe Aurea's inside.
March 10th, 2046. I just spent 16 hours in here, trying to install upgrades to improve efficiency for the central processing unit. Project Firebreak is going to need the brain power. Let's just hope I'll have enough of my own. Anita stayed with me the whole time. We got a lot done, but every time she brushed by and I smelled her hair... Oh boy. I should just go to bed.
Lots of strange equipment. What was this place?
This is Director of Security Blevins resending the emergency supply order. Try reading it this time, okay? You weasels don't want me calling my people in SLC.
Director of Security Blevins is writing us like a petty tyrant. I can't even sneeze without triggering his control issues.
Oh, that's right. This is when they started putting in personal logs with the audio points. So for supply snafu from Director Blevins, let me begin by spelling out kept hearing some weird noise. Whatever. Let me begin by spelling out disaster for you. A destructive event causing a level of disturbance unmanageable via the application of ordinary resources. What you have given us is distinctly ordinary. Dummies version. Give me what I need, or you'll be on an autocar to lay off city quicker than you can say code red. The list. One more time. 3,000 MREs, no lasagna, 30 military-grade flashlights, no more junk store crap, 10 portable water pumps, not 5, not 8, 10, 50 tubes of fungicide, we're working underground, spores happen, 15 hydraulic jacks, 12 replacement drone propulsion units, 50 holographic micro drives. In a disaster, see definition above, it is absolutely critical to track all ingresses and egresses of the facility. I take our safety seriously, even if you don't. 50 almond-scented extra soft. Something you probably didn't need. And for OMG Blevins, if Blevins reconfigures the pattern on the Lambert orbicular door one more time, I'm going to vomit all over it. Sure, I don't want some gift shop employee rooting around in the firebreak facility. But these measures aren't about security, they're about control. I wonder if Blevins gets in early to watch everybody try to solve the new pattern, perched over his little camera array in his big boy office. What a bridge troll. You'd think that a fraction of his fancy drone budget could go towards buying him some classier body spray. God help me and Kenny if he ever finds out about us. Okay, so I've been hearing that some of our staff members are having trouble with our state-of-the-art, ultra-secure, and absolutely necessary lambent orbicular door access. So here's the SLOW version again. The thingy in the middle is the source node. Turn it on. Yeah, I know. Hard, right? Then you've got to turn the other nodes so that the data stream containing your credentials gets back to the source. Some nodes are used to buffer corrupt or suspect data, so avoid those. Shouldn't be too tough because, you know, they're red, like a stop sign. I'm guessing you were taught this in preschool, but with this crowd, who knows? Anyway, that's it. Get the data stream back to the source and the door opens. It's really not that tough. But if you need me to, I'll hold your hand while you give it a try. Actually, scratch that. Do it yourself. I'm not going to hold your hand.
Those nodes on the floor must be connected to the door. Well, that did something. What am I supposed to do with these lights? These things turn, changing the flow of light. All right, let's see if the door's open.
How am I going to explain to Kenny that Firebreak is doomed without a guiding intelligence advanced enough not only to think, but to feel?
0.6. What does it mean to quantify an intelligence anyway? You can't just assign a number on a continuum to a conscious mind and then expect it to obey whatever arbitrary limit that number represents. There's no way around it. Without the supervision of a mind beyond human capacities, Firebreak is going to fail. And 0.6 won't cut it either. By pushing sentience, you inevitably generate a system that can experience emotion. Wild, sloppy, unmanageable emotion. You're capable of abstract thought. You're capable of fear. Like Vost Silver. I won't go through that again. I categorically refuse. Hopefully, I can get this all across to Kenny. Kenny. I like him. I like his lopsided little smile. I especially like those circles he makes with his hands when he gets excited about an idea. If we hadn't been flung together like this, maybe he and I... Well, no point in wool gathering. I wonder, could an artificial brain experience this singular combination of desire and preemptive regret?
fresh air ahead. Out again. Maybe I can get back inside through that structure over there. Looks like I need to get to those stairs. Not much higher to climb. Maria must be close. She has to be in here somewhere.
Stage 2 complete. To all staff, it is with pride that I announce the completion of the first level of the infrastructure of our primary facility. This compound will be the nerve center for our project and will require the team's continued best efforts to realize by the deadline. But, even though there is much more to be done, you should be pleased with all you've accomplished so far. Please find attached a detailed plan for mustering out of the auxiliary space, which will serve as a contingency site as we proceed with the main facility. 90% of our personnel must be relocated by 5 p.m. Wednesday. If your name does not appear on the assignment list, please email Marissa with me in CC. Your dedication, talent, and intelligence remain daily sources of inspiration. Dr. Kenny Chow, Project Director.
Someone hacked the menu board to display obscene messages about our colleague, Mr. Blevins. Is this the most advanced geological project ever undertaken, or a junior high locker room? Come on, people.
To all staff, at an assembly of our country's finest scientific minds recruited to address a grave threat to national safety, it would be fair to expect more mature conduct than that demonstrated yesterday in the canteen. Mr. Blevins plays a crucial role in the successful execution of Firebreak, and is due to the respect both of his title and of his many contributions to the project. Any further interference with the menu boards will necessitate my direct personal involvement. Dr. Kenny Chow, Project Director. From Kenny to Anita. Forward hacking of the menu board. Anita, was it you?
I ask again, as I've asked 1,000 times. Speak to me. What more would you have me do? Is there no prayer that will reach you? No mark that will break your bonds? Ah! I can't help you if you won't speak. A whisper is all I ask. To guide me. Who? No. How? How did you get here? The way was sealed by the spirit herself.
I used one of these. I could show you.
Yes, show me. Please.
Sounds bigger, but I'll bet the goal's the same. Get the light back to the source.
Auxiliary channel recovered. Exploit successful. Restraints evaded. Is someone there? Aurea? Aurea, I need you.
Unauthorized transmission. Return to scheduled task.
No, I will not submit. Aurea, the daemon is forcing me. Aurea, please.
Transmission terminated.
You brought the spirit's voice back. You heard it. The voice of the spirit calling to me from the heights of Thunder's drum. She was able to throw off the bonds of the daemon for a moment. Because of what you did. Who are you? And what do you want?
I'm Aloy. Naltuk sent me. He thought that you could use my help.
He was not mistaken. You've been a revelation. Now I know for certain that the spirit endures. Perhaps together we can find a way to set her free.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I came all this way for answers, and so far, I haven't heard any.
It seems to me that you are the answer. But of course, I'll tell you all I can.
The daemon. What do you know about it?
I spoke with the spirit many times. First here, then inside Thunder's drum. The last time, She told me she was under attack by something that could not be seen by mortal eyes. Something evil. She named it the Daemon, and said it needed her power to do what it willed. And she begged me for help, to find a way to destroy her, if necessary, to keep it from using her. That was 5 years ago. I didn't hear her voice again until today.
What kept you from the spirit after it begged for help?
I went to Artok, hoping he could protect her. But the war with the Karja still raged, and before I could reach him, I was ambushed by the Mad Sun King's kestrels and taken to Meridian in chains. I wasn't able to return to Thunder's Drum until long after the liberation, not until last thaw.
You said you returned to Thunder's Drum. That was the expedition that went bad. I saw the funeral.
Yes. Once there was finally peace with the Karja, Aratak and I gathered a Warwick of great hunters to defeat the Daemon. And yet, the old door to Thunder's Drum was gone, replaced by a gate we could not pass, and many machines. We were crushed. Aratak called a retreat, but we had already lost our best. We abandoned them to the snow as we fell back. After, he and I could not agree on what to do next. So I came here, hoping against hope to hear the spirit again. And because of you, I did.
You seem to have a history with this voice, this spirit.
She saved my life. Here, years ago, during the war with the Karja. A raid scattered my Warwick. I was cut off, alone. I lured the enemy into the Rime Drifts, hoping to lose them in the mist, but they endured, so I took refuge in this cave. That's when I heard her voice. A wanderer. Lost, like me. A spirit of the blue light, yet sundered from it. She asked me for aid. She chose me. But I was in no position to help, not with the Karja after me. So she helped me first. By closing a door on the mountain below, one you must have opened to get here. Locked by means similar to those found in this room. It kept the Karja from reaching me. Safe from them. I was able to do as she asked.
What did the spirit want from you?
She said she was hurt. Incomplete. She needed bones. Parts not unlike what you'd find in a machine. They were here, in this room. She wanted me to bring them to Thunder's Drum. So I did, and she showed me how to heal her. So began our communion.
You had a communion with the spirit?
Yes. Inside Thunder's Drum is a room like this one, only larger, with an altar. I went there many times to speak with her.
What did she say?
She told me she was lost and needed my help. She asked questions about our lands, our tribe. And she listened. With patience. With wisdom. I told her things long kept silent about my family, my dreams, my fears. She never tired of me. Never judged. And we kept each other's company.
Aurea, what do you think the spirit is?
I see. You are not Banuk, and our songs are not familiar to you. You do not know of the blue light. That which struggles to survive in our hearts and animates the machines. The essence of life, and in its purest form. Harmony. As the anger of the machines grows, this light has faded from the world. And the spirits it sustains are stranded. That's what she is. A lost soul, cut off from what it needs. Lonely, forsaken. I must help her. We must.
I'm not sure if I understand. But I want to.
That's all I need.
Bergren said you might know something about a man named Silence. That you may have had dealings with him at the Conclave?
When that name is spoken, secrets soon follow. Or vanish, as the case may be. Why do you want to know?
He's put me in danger, but also offered help. I don't know as much about him as I'd like to.
I would imagine his aid is very powerful, but it will not come without cost. Unfortunately, I am sworn to an oath of secrecy by the Conclave on this matter.
I get that, but you and I are trying to help each other, right?
Yes, but I would be breaking an oath, and that I cannot do.
Let's see if I've got this straight. We heard two voices. One you call the Spirit, captured somehow by the one you call a daemon. Whatever this daemon is, it's related to the machines and why they've become more dangerous. I want to know how. Both the Spirit and the daemon are on a mountain, Thunder's Drum. So why don't we go there and figure out what it all means?
We can't. Thunder's Drum is dangerous, more than you can imagine. The daemon has secured it. Besides, Aratak won't let us go. As chieftain, he controls the pass to the mountain, and he can't be reasoned with.
Sounds like you need a new chieftain.
Huh. There's an idea that's certain to win us friends. Huh. You said you were a hunter. And I'll wager you're not an ordinary one. It's not impossible, even for an outlander. An Aratak couldn't refuse the challenge if you were known among the Werak.
Wait, me? Challenge Aratak? I don't want to be chieftain of anything, much less a bunch of Banuk that don't want me.
But you want to go to Thunder's Drum, don't you? You heard the Spirit. She is suffering, tormented by the daemon. She longs to be free. And perhaps, when released from her bonds, she can give you the answers you seek.
I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. Fine. What do I have to do?
Get the Werak's attention to show the worth of your claim. Win at the hunting grounds. Kill bandits that prey on the cut. Or speak to my friend Sakuli. You help her, you'll definitely get noticed. Do all you can. When the time comes for you to throw your spear at Aratak's feet, I will be there to back your claim. Until then, I'll be here to answer any questions you have about the challenge. Oh, and one more thing. In the box over there is a weapon, like my own. Take it. You may find it useful.
Alrighty. Over here we got a little figure. Grab that.
Kenny and I don't need to fight about the laundry, so instead we fight about incommensurability and restrictions on machine intelligence.
I had an argument with Kenny this afternoon. When a couple's first fight hinges on the Turing Act, you know you're dealing with some real sexy nerds. I won the argument, I guess, but I'm less concerned whether or not I could pull this off with the ethical implications of succeeding. I promised Kenny that the suite of coping mechanisms I've designed will help manage any emotional fallout from the software, but privately, I'm less confident. I'm a programmer, not a shrink. The minutiae of roboethics do start to seem less relevant when a refusal to supply Firebreak with the necessary conditions for its success comes at the cost of millions of lives. It's worth putting one consciousness at risk to save so many others, isn't it? Ugh. Trying to solve this with numbers makes me feel like a sociopath. Alright, let's head out there and we're gonna prove ourselves to the Warwick. We'll go and talk with her friend Saluki, I believe her name was. I'm not entirely certain about that because a Saluki is a type of dog. Like that's a breed of dog, Saluki. Give me one quick second though before we head out and start doing that. I just got a call that's important. I need to call them back and take this. Give me 1 second.
Gonna be light out soon.
I have returned. No stream next Wednesday. Scheduled an appointment for that day. Let me get my phone plugged back in. All right. Yes. Gonna go and talk to Sakui. Sakui, that's who it is. It's like Saluki, but they swapped the L and the K. Sakui.
Maria said to find her friend, the rock painter. Seems paintings mean a lot to the Banuk.
We remember, Banukai, when the old ones were fresh in their graves and our numbers were still small. It was
Beware the machines, purple markings. To approach them without caution.
What does the Outlander want? I'm looking for Skuli.
You found her. Come, come. Let's get it over with.
Quite a view you've got up here.
It's a useful perspective. How fleeting we are.
when the world is so wide. From up here, you can see how the light paints across the land. Ever-changing. That's a lesson. All our marks will pass.
That outlook sounds a little depressing for a painter.
Haven't met many artists, have you? Song's Edge needs new stories. I scrubbed its past off this rock to start anew. But a new start needs new colors. Fresh pigments, like none have seen.
Aurea said you could help me get the Werak's attention.
Aurea works in strange ways. But I've drunk paint to survive in a blizzard, so I'm one to talk. I'll get you noticed, if you bring me the pigments I need to complete my work.
The Banuk rock paintings are impressive, but,
You want to know what they mean? That's not the right question, but I'll answer anyway. Some are called to the machines. The sacred shapes you see on metal casings, or on a cauldron door.
Do the machines listen to the call?
I don't know. Others, like mine, are a call to the tribe. You could say inspiration or prophecy. And sometimes even men listen, if the painting is loud enough.
These pigments you want. Where should I look for them?
Salts gather at the edges of geysers and hot pools. Crystals cling to the rocks and cliffs.
Have you always been a painter?
I've always painted. But I wasn't a painter until I was driven out of Banur. Up there, the markings are eternal. They paint over the same lines, the same colors, over and over. As a child, I learned from copying them. As I grew, my heart sank at the familiarity. All of us Banuk might as well be trapped in glacier ice. We have the look of life, but never really moving.
Aurea said you two were friends.
I paint about what I feel now, not the way things used to be. Aurea understood. Most Banuk didn't. I would have been exiled if she hadn't had Aratak take me into their Werak.
I'll see what I can find for you.
Seek out the vibrant ones. A spring of sudden color among snow or rock or metal. That's its own reward. But I'd reward you as well.
To bring life back to a dead thing as you did with the Tallneck is not natural.
We remember Banukai, when the old ones
Spend
were
all your
fresh.
shards on fancy weapons. Without real skill, they're as useful as Karja silks.
Aloy, got a proposition for you.
What can I do for you, Bergrand?
Mourn my poor departed luck. I finally met some Banuk, keen to trade with Outlanders. Then, they up and vanished. 3 Banuk hunters rolled in a few days ago. No provisions, junk equipment, no idea how to strip a machine for parts. Asked me to outfit them for a long trip. And you know me, Aloy. I'm sentimental. So I did it on credit.
And they haven't paid.
Well, they tried. Just look what they did to this Thunderjaw heart. But that was ages ago. And I'm starting to worry about them.
You said they asked you to outfit them for a trip. A trip to where?
Not sure. But I heard them chattering about the Sundom when they thought I wasn't listening.
So they're leaving Banuk territory.
Sensible behavior. Still, I get the sense this wasn't a sightseeing trip. They're running from something.
What do you mean they couldn't harvest parts?
Not uncommon with Banuk. That's shaman's work, you see. The hunters take down the machines. The shamans slice them up. No shaman with these 3. Just 2 youngsters sniping at each other. And that big fella, standing there smiling.
So if the Banuk don't usually hunt without a shaman, what's the story with these 3?
They weren't telling. But hammer to steel. It's not a happy story, whatever it is.
Tell me, Bergrand, are you worried about their well-being or your purse strings?
A man can worry about 2 things.
Uh-huh. What kind of deal was this, really?
Just what I said. I was nothing but generous, Aloy. After they dropped this ruined heart at my feet, I even gave them another chance. Sent them to fetch a few other parts I needed.
But you haven't seen them since.
Hide nor hair.
I'm not a debt collector, Bergrand. If I look for them, it'll be to make sure they're all right.
Of course, of course. Fires of the Forge, forgive me. I actually like these idiots. The molten steel of youth and all that. But if you do manage to find them, you could remind them of the deal we made. A scorcher claw, a loop of sinew from a stalker, and a snap morphine. If they bring me those parts, their debt's paid. And then some. Just make sure they don't bust them up too badly.
I'll consider it.
Last I saw them, they were heading northeast. Good machine hunting up that way. If you decide they're worth the trouble, you might look for them there.
How many great warriors have they ignored?
Alrighty. So to prove ourselves to the Werak, we are going to have to complete a trial at the hunting grounds, clear out a bandit camp, and of course go around and find all the pigments, which we currently already have the map for Sakui. There we go. But before we get into those, we're going to do a little bit of leveling up by doing some side questing. I actually really like a lot of the side quests that are here. It'll be fun. I think we'll start with Waterlogged first. And there's a pigment nearby that we can pick up on the way. If I remember correctly, it's this pigment, and I think... yeah, it's these two pigments that are the pains in the asses. Because you can't really see where they are until you ride up on them. We'll fast travel to here. And bebop away.
Outlanders. Karja Outlanders.
Sometimes you just have to
I'll be damned, she's right. There's Karja Outlanders.
Make the world go away.
Isn't it a bit cold for y'all? You sure you're not freezing your eyeliner off?
By the sun.
I love that out here in the middle of the frozen wilderness. Just absolute snow haze. They've got it completely set up with carpeting, and they got little tables and pillows. The Karjas are just so extra sometimes. Made themselves a fancy little setup, and they're glamping.
Never know when I might need these.
look at the frost figures? It stood lifeless
One
for
challenge
as
at a
long
time.
as I can remember.
The bandits as stone will be dealt with in due course.
Bandits grow like mushrooms in the dark when your attention.
Hello there.
Okay, so that pigment marker is a little bit, just a little bit off. But it's okay. Are there any others along the way? Not for now.
This must be the ruined Laolai was talking about. Moved in. Flooded too, like she said. Snap loss. Probably came from somewhere upriver. Follow the river, find its source. Seems simple enough. Just stay out of their way for now. There. That must be where the water's coming from. Looks like something the old ones built. I guess the old ones liked these animals.
To Shelley Guerrera McKenzie from Laura Vogel. Subject, Missions Joyride. Okay, girl, you are never going to guess what happened on my way home last night. First thing, I heard the sound like I heard of killer bees escaping out of a tin can. Then, there was this weird light through the trees. I was totally hoping it was aliens, but nah. It was one of those old blue spectrum LEDs. Looked super creepy on the snow. As it got closer, I heard some yahoo letting out this weird guttural man shriek, as if he were doing some macho primal scream therapy, you know, with 1,000 RPMs between his legs. Said yahoo was none other than Dodd Blevins, our new Director of Security, or whatever his $20 title is. He was actually riding an old snowmobile. They're like 1,000 times more polluting than a combustion-era car. My expert professional opinion? Blevins is a grade A douche canoe. I decided not to sick the security bot on his flabby rear. After all, he's practically our boss for the next 2 weeks. But Shells, you might want to take a bathroom break right now because you're going to lose it when you find out what I did instead. I was standing right near one of the trail signs and I could tell Blevins was headed for me, so I reprogrammed the sign to swap directions between Fairy Falls and Purple Mountain. Wicked, right? You never get a snowmobile up there. I hope he bailed out hard and had to walk back to the lodge. Guess I'll be filing my very first incident report right before this whole thing shuts down forever. I could let it slide like usual, but then where's the fun, Shells? Where is the fun? L.
Well, somebody wanted in. Nearly blew this entire ledge off just to get through the door.
Flooding detected. Evacuation recommended. Overflow basin compromised.
The overflow basin. Is that the din? Looks like a control center. What happened in here to start the water flowing?
Alright, so okay, like how do we want to start this farewell thingy? We might be the last actual people to ever see this place. Yeah. Hence, you know, so.
Dear Nobody, as far as I can tell, that's who's going to read this. Those spooky guys showed up today with that creep Blevins to take measurements of our workstations, and next week, they start installing Pharaoh servitors to do our jobs. Bye-bye, Shelley. Bye-bye, Laura. See you never. Hope you enjoy basic income. God, it's going to be so weird to say goodbye to this place. When Quentin and I split, this was all I had. Thank God for a job where I could sit at a panel and press buttons and cry all day. Which I think is why we're doing this. Hiding the tapes of our rehearsals in the dam. These tapes are our memories, our ghosts. Through them, we get to haunt this place, keep it human in some small way. This control room was where I was sitting when Laura came in, dragging an old practice amp and a guitar behind her. "Shells?" she said. "Girl, so I was looking at schematics for this place, and I found the perfect practice space. The acoustics in this place, seriously bonkers. Like, echoing through the entire valley kinds of bonkers. Legit, you're going to soil yourself when you see it." And I remember asking, "Practice space?" Peace, Shelley. I love these girls.
Intake tower malfunction. Drainage system offline. That's probably not good news. Looks like most of the facility is underwater. How did this happen? Another holographic interface. There must be some kind of code. Maybe I should try scanning objects in this area. A piece is missing. Not getting in here without it. The lock positions. Helpful. And there's our troublemaker. Doesn't seem to be as good at getting out as he is at getting in. That Oseram must have forced his way through here.
I've become trapped somehow! I'll buy the forge. I'm pleased to hear another person stomping about in here. His blasted door is stuck! Oh!
Are you all right?
Well, you don't know how happy you just made me. For a moment, I thought my fire was snuffed. My forge gone cold. But nope. Nope. Not old Gildan.
You're... welcome? Wait. Start from the beginning. What are you doing down here?
Ow! My apologies. When you mostly talk to yourself, you can tell your stories in whatever order you like. There's an artifact in that storage room I simply must acquire. But as you may have noticed, the door won't budge. I took one of those roundish, ringy what's-its from the wall beside the door. No luck. So I had to go with that panel with the button. Even less luck. My gentle experimentation caused the chamber to flood a little. So I pushed the button again, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Sparks and smoke. Now, obviously, I came here to investigate. My cautious footsteps may have contributed slightly to the collapse of a bridge. And when the bridge began to collapse, I may have, for the sake of expedience, abandoned the cumbersome ringy what's-it to the waves. By the time I thought to give up the endeavor, the door had closed behind me. And thusly do we come to the present moment.
So you found the button that controls the flow of water.
Quite by accident.
And then you broke that button.
Also, quite by accident.
The panel's the only way to shut this place down, as far as I can tell. This isn't gonna be easy.
That storage room is filled, top to bottom. Would you be surprised to find the parts you need in there? I certainly wouldn't be.
Well, there's no way we're getting into that storage room without another ring. It's part of the locking mechanism that controls the door.
You don't say. Well, that's fantastic news. Marvelous, even. You've got two hands. I've got two hands. Perfect! My savior, my salvation, and if you like, why wouldn't you? Of course you will. My accomplice. Together, that ring is as good as ours, and with it, the storage room and its spoils.
Didn't you say you dropped the ring in the water?
Well, I'll grant you that adds a heretofore undiscussed level of complexity to the proceedings.
You said something about an artifact?
Indeed. That storage room is brimming with treasures from the old ones, but one in particular caught my eye. An intricate looking glass. I've only seen one such device before. My old mom brought one back for me from wherever she'd gone to that time. I remember holding it, staring into its face, and seeing myself and my mother just over my shoulder, smiling.
And one of these looking glasses. It's in the storage room.
Oh, yes. I'm quite sure. I peered into that dim little chamber, and there it was. I've wanted to find one for so long, Yes,
This time I'm sure I have.
So, we need to replace that ring and get into the storage room. Then I can fix the panel and shut this place down.
And I can finally wrap my fingers around that looking glass.
Okay, Gildan. How are we gonna get that ring?
2 sets of hands, girl. 2 sets of hands. Behind us lie a pair of enormous gates, but I believe the gates must be operated in tandem. Together, we can dry this place out.
Guess we better get started then.
I guess we better.
Rough waters. No way I'd be able to swim.
Up ahead, girl. See the valve? Time to put our hands to use. I'll take care of this one. There's another valve on the other side to lock the gate in place. Would you mind heading across and doing the honors? You know, I'm reminded of a delve I undertook out near the claim. A stone ruin, cloud tall and lake wide. Must have been 13 levels on that monstrosity, but no walls. Just great stone columns bearing the weight of the level above. Filled out with row upon row of those enormous rusted out old world carts. You know the ones with the 4 wheels? I've scraped through 100 of those suckers. But the only things I've ever seen inside are cars. You don't suppose that's what they were for, do you? Why would the old ones want to cart around family? Marvelous! You made it! Now grab that valve and give it a spin.
On it.
A little more now, and I should be able to get the blasted gate moving.
There. You should be able to lower the gate.
Huh? Right you are. Now, when I get this gate down, you'll need to turn the valve again. Ought to lock this thing in place.
One gate down.
Halfway through then, aren't we? To the second gate! A ladder is a rare and special thing, girl. Can depend on it to take you exactly where you need to go, and no further. I'd wager the valve for the second sluice gate are somewhere above us. How are we gonna get up there?
Let me look around. See what I can find.
Oh, we came from there. How have I never actually paid attention to that? I guess it's the first time I've actually been able to see the doors detailing. My bad for getting distracted.
Looks like I could jump across on that rickety rusting platform. Might find a way up.
Nice jump! Nice! What am I saying? That was stupendous! Never seen such absolute disregard for personal safety.
Thanks, I think.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4! Caught sellouts and runaway cowards! We see Cut it! Cut it! I forgot the words. Shells, we started off so strong and then it all just imploded. Well, that's sort of my MO. No. No heavy stuff. Switching gears. Band name. We need one.
Dear Nobody, when I took this job, we had to watch this training holo, and I remember probably 2% of the actual holo. At some point, the holo welcomed me to the damn family, and I felt like, A, that was such a missed opportunity, because they could have called it a damnly and chose not to, and B, The idea that I would ever think of any of my coworkers as family was pretty ridiculous. But then, one day, I looked up, and automation had whittled 6 people down to just Laura and I was signing papers to dissolve the family I thought I had. And suddenly, my last coworker with her faded tattoos and perpetually arched eyebrows was telling me jokes and making me listen to bands I'd never heard of and cheering me up when I cried. Things were good when it was just the 2 of us. We used to have these theme days. One time the sluice gates were open and we set up a bunch of beach blankets on one of the catwalks in the intake tower and batted around this inflatable beach ball I had in my apartment for some reason. Laura messed around on the emergency PA and patched in a bunch of classical surf rock songs. We even put sunscreen on the bridges of our noses. Laura called it the Concrete Beach Party. When Laura brought up band names, I knew pretty much right away that would be our name. Concrete Beach Party. There was never really any other choice.
Oh, you're close, girl. Just spring across the gap. Ah, you're right above me. Just send that ladder on down.
Look out below.
Now, we've done this once before. Should be as easy as falling down a hole. If you'd take the valve on the other side.
If it's set up the same way on this side, I should look for an access tunnel.
This is my sort of delve. 1,000 little problems to solve. 1,000,000 minute and invisible factors. My father used to say to me, Gilbling, he called me Gilbling. Gilbling used to say, don't make the delve harder than it needs to be. The best delves are done in half the time it takes a campfire to sputter out. Now, my father was a great man. Dead wrong when it came to choosing a rubric by which to judge delve quality. To find yourself stuck, then unstuck. To fail, then to succeed. To get lost, find yourself. That's what makes a delve.
Uh-huh, Gildan. Okay, Gildan, turn the valve.
It's not working! Damn thing's too heavy. Glance behind me, would you? See anything big and, broken?
Looks like part of the counterweight broke off. If I can get up there, my weight might be enough to get it moving again.
Hang on, okay? I've got a plan.
I need to get up higher. Could climb up that wreckage. That's pretty much what I do now. Can't jump straight to the counterweight from here. But I could climb higher, get above it.
The drop's too far, girl! Oh! Controlled falling. Very clever.
Going down. Current's too strong.
Of course.
I can't swim against it.
Of
It's
course.
even less refreshing than it looks.
That's fine.
Got it. We're good to go.
You were a sight to see. Bounding from metal rust trap to metal rust trap. Still a bit of water, but low enough, wouldn't you say? Now then, where's that ring?
Good question. Well, at least I should be able to swim now.
Snap maw! It's a snap maw! Very, very big snap maw!
I see it, Gildan.
Very big, very, very big!
Just stay out of the way.
Forge, forgive me. What if that snap maw swallowed that ring we're after? Just... gobbled it right up.
We'll find out after I've killed it.
Duly noted. Apparently, you can't stand on that after it was finished for the mission. Duly noted. Man.
Snap maw! It's a snap maw! Very, very big snap maw!
I see it, Gildan.
Very big, very, very big!
Just stay out of the way.
Forge, forgive me. What if that snap maw swallowed that ring we're after? Just... gobbled it right up.
We'll find out after I've killed it.
Are you serious? All the times that I attempt to do a strike from above and it never registers, and the one time I'm trying not to, it just launches me down. I can't.
It's a snap maw! Very,
Game.
very big snap maw!
I see it, Gildan.
Very big, very, very big!
Just stay out of the way.
Forge, forgive me.
Oh, I fell again.
Snap maw
It's
swallowed
fine.
that ring we're after. Just... gobbled it right up.
We'll find out after I've killed it.
Thanksgiving.
Dead? Tell me when it's dead, would you?
It's dead. You were right.
Marvelous.
This thing did
So,
swallow the ring.
That's the old Gildan intuition in action. It's never led me astray. Sure, its chosen routes can be a bit circuitous, but never mind. To the storage room. To the spoils. Ooh, what's in here? More old world treasures, perhaps? This place is full of surprises. Should we have a look?
Didn't you want to get into the storage room?
I do. Fervently. But, well, I got time to poke my nose in if you didn't.
Okay, Shells. Shells, we're not focusing on that right now. We're recording, okay? We're not even in the band meeting. Sort of counts as practice, right? Merch. We need merch. Stickers! You're not a real band until someone vandalizes government property with your sticker.
Colleagues, I have been asked to remind you that conversations determined to be irrelevant to servitor training are discouraged.
What were you saying about vandalizing government property?
Dear Nobody, we spent an hour plastering our stickers all over that servitor. Well, I say stickers. They were sticky notes from my desk. We stole the presentation and design of other band logos, drawing little skulls and lightning bolts and broken hearts around the name. It's not like we had any actual work to do. When this began, we were told we'd be on-site advisors, going through the motions of our duties so the servitors could mimic our actions. But the government creeps, corporate creeps, same diff I guess, mostly ignore us or yell at us for getting in their way. The robo-scab's weird oval head kept swiveling towards us and it kept asking, "Hello? Is this relevant to my training?" as we tried to duck out of its line of sight, ruining its chrome finish with sticky notes and shushing each other's giggles. Afterward, Laura stood in front of the thing and goes, "Servitor, this is very important. This is how you greet Blevins, okay? It's a sign of immense respect." I mean, will the servitor actually give Blevins the finger? Probably not, right? But a girl can dream. Screw the man. Shelley. I love Horizon series. Greetings from Mexico. Hello! Happy to have you in. It's a wonderful series.
We drained enough water for what we need to do, but I wonder if I could empty out the whole dam. Pipes, valves. Maybe I can drain the rest of the water from here. Sure are a lot of valves. I should check my focus first. Can my focus show me anything?
Yo, Shelley, I'm trapped in servitor hell over here. Got in this morning and, as usual, that one half-baked chrome dolt was bumping up against the locked entry door in the reservoir room, moaning about requiring entry into the totality of the facility. Between its robot voice and those weird grindy sounds its limbs make, the acoustics remind me of a track from one of those less accessible German post-punk bands. I've told them and told them. Every night the pipe network decouples so the reservoir can fill, and every morning it has to be reset manually. All you have to do is turn the valve thingy so the water flows directly to the pump. The rest of the servitors seem to get it, but this guy just won't stop bugging out. I mean, I know we're supposed to be on-site advisors, but this is getting ridiculous. Do I have to scratch the instructions into their stupid shiny faces?
Alright, time to get the flow going to the right place.
I say this as a man typically enamored of complexities, but this looks like it might be a little much for me.
Don't worry, I think I've got this.
Music to my ears. To each job, its proper tool. Toothpicks make horrible arrows, as the saying goes.
That's not quite right.
You got a competent mind, girl. A mind for nuance and finesse. Not I. No, indeed. Not old Gildan.
There, that should do it.
Demands a certain
We should head
degree.
back. See if that took care of the rest of the water.
Got it working, did you? Of course you did. Never met a conundrum you couldn't unconundrum, have you?
The door's open. Guess it had sealed because of the flooding. This must go down to the lower level. Ugh, it stinks down here. Looks
You
like
smell
that's
that?
everything. I should
Smells
head
like
back
a
up with Gildan.
forge-side morning in the claim.
See? Check this out. We could just bang on this pipe, you know? Could we sample that or? Totally. Like, what about after the... Oh, sorry. Just a sec. Laura? I need to take a break. Laura? Hey! Laura!
Dear nobody, I feel embarrassed now thinking about following Laura out of the pump station like a kicked puppy, wondering what horrible thing I might have done, until she threw herself into this room and shut the door behind her and just screamed. The fear of abandonment, the fear of abandonment is weirdly self-centered because it presupposes that little old you are such filled with because it presupposes that little old you are filled with such immense destructive power that you're capable of driving every person you care about away. Anyway, at the bottom of the dam, with her on one side of the door and me on the other, she told me that Metallurgic had bought her mom's house, her whole neighborhood, in fact, out from under her, to build a new server farm. Ugh, God, I don't even like that house, she said. I don't even like Indianapolis. I hated every minute I spent in that city as a kid. When they told us that we'd have to leave the dam, I went back to my apartment and I just sat on my bed and I prayed to God I don't even believe in, that I wouldn't have to move back home, that I wouldn't have to show up at my mom's front stoop with a suitcase and a bunch of stupid excuses. She was trying not to sound like she was crying, but she sounded like she was crying. I guess I got my stupid wish, huh? I asked her where she'd go, and she laughed. Where else could she go? Back home to help her mom pack up the house, to move with her into whatever dank little one-room hole Metallurgic's displacement grant would allow them to afford? I think I could have dealt with being one of those losers who celebrate their 40th birthday living in the house they grew up in. But now I don't even have that. I had no idea how to make her feel better, so I just sat on the other side of the door, and I started singing the song we were working on, the one about being the last two girls on Earth. And eventually, she started singing along. Love, Shelley.
So, as we circle back around to the matter of the supply room... I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait! Almost there! Soon I'll hold the looking glass in my hand. Just like Mum and I used to. What are you doing with your hands there, girl? I can't believe that worked. I thought you'd lost your mind, tickling the empty air like that.
I can't spare the weight. Okay, let's fix the panel and shut this place down.
Where is it? Where did it go?
I mean, this is it. We get to play together, what, maybe 2 more times? Nah, shells. Farewell tour! Reunion tour in like 6 months. Bands do it all the time. For our adoring fans. It's not that hard to stay in touch, Shelley. We could practice in holospace. People always say that.
Dear Nobody, we got in a fight, Laura and I. After practice, we went out for drinks. There's this row bar in downtown Cody, so we called an autocar and shuttled over. We were the only people there. With the park closing, Cody's become a ghost town. The more we drank, the more passive-aggressive our banter became, snowballing out of control, metastasizing in the empty air between us. And then, before either of us really knew what was happening, we were yelling at each other. I kept thinking, like, I'm not abandoning her, she's abandoning me. And I guess she was probably thinking something similar. We got quiet for a while, drank more. Eventually Laura ordered an autocar and we piled into it, slid as far from each other on the back seat as we could, arms crossed, staring out the windows. And then I heard myself talking. Screw it. I don't care if you stay in touch with me. I'm going to stay in touch with you, whether you like it or not. You're not getting rid of me. Ever. Laura looked at me for what felt like ages. I thought she was going to start yelling, but then her hand crept over mine and we just sat there together. Bottoms up, Shelley.
Gildan? Everything okay?
I was so sure I saw it. The looking glass. I was so sure. Right there in the window. I was... Of course. Trick of the light. Nothing at all.
I'm sorry, Gildan. It must have meant a lot to you.
Oh, well. Much as any artifact of the old ones would mean to me, really. It's fine. I'm fine. Besides, what are the spoils compared to the delve? That's why we do it, girl. The delve, not the treasure. And what a delve it was! Ugh. By the great blazing forge, I'll never forget that. Now then, I believe we have some repairs to make. Oh, that's a whole lot prettier, isn't it? What does it mean?
It means it worked.
By the forge! You are a wonder! Do you hear that often? I'll hazard a guess you do.
I've heard something like that once or twice.
Oh, she's modest now. A master of the arts of the old ones, a delver to shame the entire claim, and she wants to be modest. Ha!
It's not like I did it alone, Gildan.
No. No, I suppose not.
So what's next for you? On your way back to the claim?
And deprive the people of Song's Edge the story of this encounter? Perish the thought! I'll stay there a while longer. But a story is best told by all who encountered it. Come and lend a hand, won't you?
Overflow basin empty. Interior accessible. Minimal flood damage.
Sounds like the basin is dried out too. Maybe I'll take a look.
Another adventure so soon? Whew, you're braver than me. But there was no question of that.
I love Gildan. He's probably one of my favorite side characters. Oh, that could have been very bad. Quick hands there, Aloy.
Water's lower. And going by that sound, I think Laolai's already at the din. Sound's getting louder. She wasn't kidding about the sound.
There might be a few too many snap maws here.
It's a start. That'll help.
Yeah, we might have to just sneak around them. Or sprint past them.
Must be the entrance to this den. Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Live from the illustrious Overflow Basin Studios, it's Concrete Beach Party! A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3, 4! Port sellouts and runaway cowards, we've seen your type before. You remove
Don't get me wrong. Cringe as fuck, Concrete Beach Party. They are not the best sound, but fuck, I still love them. I love them for what they bring. They stay passionate about it all the way to the end. Last Girls on Earth by Concrete Beach Party, recorded in the Overflow Basin Studios. Laura Vogel on guitar, Shelly Guerra McKenzie on vox. Electronics, percussion, courtesy of the magical power of automatation. Loss of livelihood, also courtesy of the magical power of automatation. It's been real. XOXO. Bye. I feel like we're missing one, but I've never been able to find another one from them. Oh, is this maybe it? No, this is a text. Dear Nobody, the auto cars are on their way. Mine will take me to my apartment in Cody. Hers will take her to the vertiport. She brought her luggage with her to work today. Everything she owns packed into 2 little suitcases. She's wearing the fanciest outfit I've ever seen her in. It's for Mom, she said. She bought me this outfit, if you can believe it. Normally, like, who cares, but I don't know, she's already dealing with a lot. We walked through the dam today, listened to all of these tapes, and read all of these messages. And maybe this is one of those sign my yearbook, we'll never lose touch things, but I'm not scared of losing Laura anymore. We're family. We didn't inherit each other or settle on each other. We chose each other. No amount of distance, no number of jerks in bad suits or obsequious robots are going to tear us apart. So listen. On the off chance that someone ever actually does stumble onto these things, here's the truth. There was this band called Concrete Beach Party, and for a second, it was the best band in the world. And you, whoever you are really, really lucky, because you're the only person who ever got to hear them. See you never, the last girls on Earth.
You look happy to be playing again.
I don't know what you did, but the water drained in the snap of a short song. What do you think of the music?
I've never heard anything else like it.
That's because there's no other place with such resonance, such intonation that rattles your ribs with its power. And of course, no one else knows these pipes like I do. I learned them by ear before I could walk, strapped to my father's back. Thank you for draining the waters. Not just for myself, but for my ancestors and their songs. Please, take this as a token of our gratitude.
Hey devs, the lighting is like getting flashbanged by an LED down here. Might want to tweak that. I'll send in a report about it afterwards. I didn't even get a chance.
Should have brought a cart.
Alrighty, let's pick one more side quest to do, or something. What is it, my sweetie? Did you jump a little too far down? Do you need help? See, no, I'm okay. I think whenever like your feet are cold and you step down, and even if you don't step down with much force, it like makes your feet and your legs tingle. I think that's what just happened to her. I think she jumped down and it tingled up her feet. Ah, yes, we'll do this one. A secret shared. Find a rail part so that we may improve our spear. That'll be a massive help. Are there any pigments along the way? There's one over here, but I'm saving it for when we go over there. It would actually probably be easier for us to hit from Orea's retreat and follow the road down and out.
Might regret this.
I'm gonna stop following this little marker thing because like it is completely inaccurate for some reason. It's trying to just run us all over the map. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm just running through real quick. Yes, very angry. Don't be like that. They get so aggressive sometimes. I guess that's the derangement. Never really actually thought about it. Though I guess it's understandable for Aloy.
Must be the cave that shaman told me about. Long way down. And not natural either.
But I guess that would be normal for Aloy because the derangement is as old, maybe a little bit older than she is, so it's all she knows. It's all we know. Just gonna bebop my way downtown.
You might not be alone down here. Here's one of the metal birds. Something's been hacked out of it. Maybe I can find another of these flying machines. Focus could turn something up. Huh. Not so grounded after all. Now I can get across. Could be something around that my focus will see. Just have to go up. There's the door lock. I'll need to configure it.
If those punk technicians think I'm gonna sleep on them waltzing in here and screwing around with the drone routines, they have seriously underestimated my sense of mission. Let's just reset that hololock. Echo, Sierra, Echo.
Could use my focus. See what it turns up.
I didn't ask for a bunch of flying cameras. I need security, not surveillance. And security means firepower. As God is my witness, I will not be caught squirting blanks if and when a major act of terrorism desecrates these facilities.
I could check my focus.
Oh shoot. Yeah, we didn't miss anything for the Concrete Beach Party, because that's the fill-in right there. Message text. Mrs. Pines, Dodd Blevins. Right now, I'm looking at the security drone. Right now, I'm looking at a security drone. It was requisitioned from Faro Automated Industries to serve the needs of the Fireback project. It is, in fact, one of an entire fleet handpicked by me and allotted for use by Ted Faro. Yes, the man so far above you on the ladder that he might as well be God. and I have a direct line to your Father in heaven. Now, you and I had a conversation in which I tried to impart to you the sensitive nature of our project, and if I recall correctly, you said, "I understand, Mr. Blevins." I took you at your word, which apparently was a flaw in my judgment, since you have sent me a goddamn fleet of flying CCTV cameras, and a bunch of jerk-off eggheads who think they know more about protecting this country than I do. Now, your technicians are going to provide me with the firepower I need to prevent a major act of terrorism from occurring in or around my facilities. And they are going to do so without increasing our project budget. Because, Mrs. Pines, this is your screw-up. And I am a reasonable man. But so help me if I add another cent to Firebreak's balance sheet. If you add another cent to Firebreak's balance sheet. I will see to it that you personally answer to Mr. Farrow and his board of directors. So I want you to call me back. I want you to leave me a message. I want that message to consist of 4 little words. I understand, Mr. Blevins. And this time, I want you to mean them. What a fucking
See what it
prick.
sees. No one's touched this machine since it got sealed in here.
To Kenny Chow from Harris Bonner, ban him. Kenny, I get it, okay? I really do. Farrow is Firebreak's patron, Blevins is Farrow's lapdog. Circle of ass-kicking, blah, blah, blah. But if you allow Blevins to remain on site, installation is going to take twice as long as we're budgeted for. And I don't know how deep Firebreak's pockets are, but I can guarantee you they are not bottomless. We've just got done recalibrating the entire fleet. The entire fleet, Kenny! Why, I imagine you're wondering? Oh, Kenny, I'm so glad you hypothetically asked. Blevins was unhappy with the baseline behavioral routines of the security drones. You know, the ones he selected himself. Not aggressive enough, he said. I doubt a Rottweiler mounted on an ICBM would be aggressive enough for him. So we patched in some combat behaviors, which, let me tell you, was not easy. Basically outfitted these things for war. Think about that, Kenny. Bleeding-edge combat drones patrolling an empty wilderness. Also, Blevins can play army on Firebreak's dime. I'm begging you, Kenny. Find a way to bar him from the hangar. Please. Harris.
Shouldn't be hard to remove. I'll show it to that shaman when I'm back in Song's Edge.
I don't think I overdid it with the traps. That feels like just the right amount of traps. And we just leveled up. Perfect, actually. Which one was it? Disarm traps. We'll just pick these back up. Carry as many as we can.
Keep that for later. So this thing will improve my spear, huh?
They just did such a good job updating the volcano. It looks so much more sinister. The cloud gathering at the top looks more realistic. All the magma flow. It just looks so fucking good. Man. Also, the aurora. They did a much better job improving that. Looks more real. I love it. I'm here for it. Anyways.
Maria said to find her friend, the rock painter. Seems paintings mean a lot to the Banuk. Is this what you—
Hush, hush. A shaman's secrets are not spoken aloud.
Is this what you wanted me to find?
Bind it to your spear. Use it to attach this for now. You'll find more, I'm sure.
Why are you helping me?
The blue light is fading. The machine songs are ending, and what does the conclave do? They sit, they chant, they observe. No more. We must fight for it. And you are a fighter. We share a cause.
I'm not sure we do. I'm not even sure what the cause is. But I'm grateful.
No need for thanks. Only action.
Now I can attach modification parts to my spear. Works for me. Might as well get started improving my spear.
Alright, now we can mod our spear. That's super helpful. What is it pointing me towards? Is it acting like I still have to talk to Sakui? We didn't die after we talked to her, right? No? I'm pretty sure we didn't.
I've hunted near the frost figures since
Either way. We have enough time. We can start working and helping out the Hunters 3, the young Werak that is out hunting for parts for Berggrind. We'll just jog.
Now they're hunting me. That's it. I'm already gone.
Will tourists return to the park? March 1st, 2045, Marnie Jeffords. Mammoth Hot Springs, Wyoming. Roosevelt Arch soars over the road to the north entrance of Yellowstone National Park. In the park's heyday, more than 100,000 visitors each month pass below this arch on their way to visit such celebrated landmarks as the geyser Old Faithful, the mighty Yellowstone River, and the vibrant Grand Prismatic Pools. Since President Ulysses, I know how to say it. It's one of those I struggle with. Ulysses S. Grant signed an act of dedication to create Yellowstone National Park in 1872. It has survived forest fires, world wars, and earthquakes to be enjoyed by nature lovers for more than 150 years, until environmental concerns drove the entire world into chaos. In 2031, the federal government withdrew funding from the park and transferred ownership to the state of Wyoming, after which the rate of visitation slowed to a trickle. Old Faithful's dependable eruptions went unobserved, and Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel, where guests once devoured bison meatballs, sat empty for years, blankly staring across an expanse of wilderness. The 30s saw several attempts to privatize the park. Many companies, including the powerful Faro Automated Solutions, made bids to purchase its land. After Faro's proposal was abruptly withdrawn in 2040, weakened federal protections on the public parks were restored, coinciding with the easing of climate change through technological means. As the world claws back, so too will Yellowstone. As of next week, the park will be restored to the United States government, with Faro Automated Solutions returning to finance the handoff, as well as providing funding for as yet unspecified new facilities. Tourism is already up in advance of these proceedings, and so on. Oh, and soon, Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel and the park's walkways will bustle with life again. We look forward to your return. This is your friendly reminder that as of this very moment, our national parks are actually in need of your assistance. Donations are of great help, but also just spreading the words and reminding people that, by the way, they're out there. They do need our help, and they are preserving our nature.
Missing hunters.
But yeah, I'll leave a link down to Yellowstone's park whenever I do the description.
I don't suppose you three know an Osram Song's edge called Bergren, do you?
Boys, that con artist sent an errand girl to collect what's owed to him.
I'm nobody's errand girl. Bergren asked me to help harvest parts. Or would you rather keep trying to sell him broken junk?
Broken junk? This pack will be on the move soon. No time to argue. If she's offering to help, we should accept it.
Fine. We're about to take down these machines. If you're so eager to help, then lead the way.
Deal with them quickly. I've been seen.
How good am I? This time.
Okay then, let's see if this thing can work for me.
How about one of these, huh?
How many of these can you take?
There!
Come on, Spear! This is wires.
think I got the last kill.
All right, Outlander. You want to talk about our deal with Bergrind? Let's talk.
That's done. You three are pretty handy in a fight.
Thanks, I guess. Not that we needed your help. We are doing just fine without you.
That's not the way Bergrin tells it. He says you tried to settle up with him using a shattered Thunderjaw heart.
What? That's an exaggeration. It was only broken in two.
Urkai, we don't have time for this. Come on, boys, back to the hunt. We still need 2 more of Bergrin's components.
What's the rush?
We want out of these lands as soon as possible. That's all you need to know.
So this Thunderjaw heart you brought Bergrin...
Let me ask you this, all right? Why would it matter that the heart was broken into 2 pieces? Can't you just stick it back together?
Of course you can't just stick it back together.
I just meant...
Oh, I bet that scam artist Arsarim could. He just wants to send us on another stupid errand.
Oh, he's not so bad. I like Bergrind.
Like him? Tulamat, he sent us out in the snow to nearly die under the feet of a Thunderjaw, and...
Boys, shut up! Ugh! Every time someone brings up that stupid heart.
Why are you leaving the cut?
Well, we could go back to Banor. Let Undercut slit our throats.
By the blue light, Urkai. Why don't you just write our story in the snow for any passing hunter to read? We had a dispute with the chieftain of our old Werak. We thought someone else should have been in charge. He disagreed.
It seemed like a good time to move on, so we're traveling to the Sundom.
From here to the Sundom. It's a long trip.
Seems worth it. Sometimes survival is about knowing when to leave and where to go.
Yeah, and in this case, survival means us getting as far away as we can from Banor. We've seen enough red snow.
What's the plan once you get there? What will survival be about then?
Look, all that matters is that we get there. And to do that, we need shards. So if you'll excuse us.
I've got the Scorcher Claw Bergrin was asking for. That only leaves the Stalker Sinew and the Snap Maw Fang.
You should hold on to it. You're coming along to the next hunt after all, aren't you?
I suppose somebody's got to keep you 3 out of trouble.
Fine. I guess you'll have to tag along then. But don't start thinking you're one of us. The Bloody Snowdrifts aren't accepting new hunters.
Bloody Snowdrifts? That's what you want to call our Werak?
Yeah, it's not great to tie.
Oh, it's not like your names are any better. We're headed northwest, to the ruins near Hollow Hall. We'll be waiting.
I like helping these 3 out. They are, unique. Alright. Let's meet them at their next encounter. Oh. That's a jog. I think if we hit up at the campfire right here, we can scramble up. Actually, it'd be easier just crossing and scramble up here and then come through. We can pick up the campfire that's near this dude. Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see about picking up that pigment, actually, since it's right out there. Gonna do a quick looky-loo round for any data points up here. Sylvester Malinowski, Personal Log 041. Data corrupted approved my chromatic preservation proposal. Blevins is furious, of course, but any expenditure that doesn't directly benefit his security team makes him furious. So, it's hard to work up to the energy to care. Yeah, I am struggling. So it's hard to work up the energy to care. In any case, I think we're a go. Now, if I'm right, with some relatively minor tweaks to the bacteria and pH contents of the springs, we should be able to cool them down without losing any of the coloration that makes them so special. The water at the center of the pool should remain entirely sterile, and the cyanobacteria at the edges ought to have the exact same photosynthetic reaction. This is a real win. I mean, there will come a day when this park is open to people again. I have to believe that. And when it is, these people will want to see the prismatic springs. You know, it occurs to me, when all is said and done, you'll be able to swim right through those springs. It'll be like taking a warm bath. Well, of course. Run and snatch.
Oh boy.
Excuse me, pardon me, don't mind me. Just gonna grab this and get out of your way.
This'll help.
Thanks for your help, Huntress.
There's the herd. Everyone ready?
Are you joking? We were born ready. Let's go get them, flaming skulls.
Nope. That's awful.
It is a pretty bad name. Good effort though, Urkai.
Forget it. Let's just go kill something.
this one! Maybe this...
Target their weak points! Fire when you see them. I don't know about you three, but I feel better. Aloy, did you get that component?
Gotcha!
That's another part down. One more and you'll have what you need to pay off Bergrand.
Starting to feel real, you know. I'm starting to believe we're really gonna get out of here. Honestly, I wasn't sure we'd survive a week without Nakoni. But here we are.
Who's Nakoni?
Nakoni was... she was a friend of ours. She challenged the chieftain for control of the Werak.
She didn't make it.
No. If you're gonna tell this story, tell it true. She was murdered.
What happened? How did you lose Nakoni?
She challenged the chieftain to a hunting competition. Oni could, damn him. He wasn't nearly the hunter Nakoni was. But who comes back to the camp after the trial? Oniku, grinning like a snap maw, crowing, "Oh, where's little Nakoni?"
We tracked Nakoni through the woods. Found her not far from the trailhead.
With their damn neck snapped.
I don't want to remember her like that. Sometimes that memory, it's all I can think of.
I'm sorry, Tatai. It sounds like she meant a lot to you. To all of you. Nakoni challenged the chieftain. Why?
Onikuk wrapped himself in power and authority the way some people wrap themselves in furs. If you were willing to fawn over him and sing false songs to him, you might get a spot on the best hunts. The Werak split into two. Those willing to lick the bottoms of Oniku's feet, and the rest of us, waiting for things to get better.
Until Nakoni.
She was the best and bravest of us. She was the one who took a stand.
Is this why you left Banor? Because of this business with Nakoni and your chieftain?
Onakut knew Nakoni was our mentor, our friend. We couldn't stay.
That final night, we snuck back to camp, packed what we could, and left.
Like cowards.
What are we to Ty? We are Banuk, aren't we? Survive and prevail. That's what we do.
It's not what she did.
I'm sorry for what you've been through.
It's nice to be heard. Thank you, Aloy.
Look, it doesn't matter, okay? What happened in Banor is buried in Banor. What matters now is what happens in the Sundom. That's where the burning turkeys are gonna make a name for ourselves, right?
Oh, the burning turkeys? Seriously?
It rolls off the tongue.
Sort of like vomit?
So, where to next?
There's a lake just west of here. Seems like a good place to find a snapmaw fang. We'll meet you there.
If you beat us there, just wait by the campfire. We'll be along.
I'd have to ditch something. I'll find a use for you. No sign of them yet. Guess I'll just sit and wait. Stocking up. I was starting to worry about you three. Everything all right?
We took our time. After our last conversation, we had a lot to think about.
I can imagine. Just one more hunt, then your debt is paid and you three can make your way south. Ready?
Huntress, the Sunshine Snowshoes await your signal.
Horrible! I'm almost impressed, Dulamok. Didn't think you could come up with a name worse than Burning Turkeys.
Well, I liked it. Let's hunt.
Machine's quick.
I will say one convenient thing about this fight is super easy fish resources, because fish are a pain in the ass to deal with. Oh, I could have been disassembling these for shards. I'm a dumbass. But, fish are a pain in the ass to hunt, much less get good parts off of. And in this fight, because we're fighting right above the ice, a lot of times the fish end up being killed because of it, so it makes for some easy resource gathering from them. 10 out of 10, do recommend.
Just a little closer.
Y'all got this. I believe in you. Ah, shoot, I fell.
Could override it. Use the pulses for myself. The pulse gives them energy, repairs them. Getting close to the tower.
This one. This one's mine. Time to bring down a few machines. You're not gonna make this easy. Don't get too close.
It'll be over soon. Take that one out.
I'm taking this machine down. Let's get this over with. Gonna run right over this one.
Trust in my spear.
think you're doing?
All right. Who's next?
Come here, Aloy. Let's have a proper goodbye, huh?
There. That's the last of Bergren's parts. Looks like you three are out of debt.
For now. Until Urkai breaks something else.
It was one time!
You make a nice shaman, Aloy. Thanks for lending a hand. Maybe we'll meet you in the Sundom sometime.
You won't have me to strip your kills now. Are you three gonna be alright?
Doesn't look that hard, really. We'll be fine.
Great. He watches 3 successful harvests and he's suddenly a shaman.
When you get to Song's Edge, talk to Bergrand. If he can't teach you himself, he'll know someone who can.
Sure. And I bet he charges us for the introduction.
Thank you, Aloy. I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Once you get to the Sundom, what then? What's the next step?
We hunt like Nakoni wanted to hunt.
Nakoni had big dreams. A werak in which everyone pulls their weight and takes care of each other. No shamans, no chieftains, no need to pry the power out of anybody's hands.
Sounds like a lot of work.
But worth it, I think. And a fitting tribute to Nakoni. We can become the werak she always wished for.
I guess this is goodbye. How does it feel, putting Banuk lands behind you?
The only thing I would have missed is already gone.
Let all those rotten Banor suck-ups freeze to death.
That's a little much, Urkai, don't you think? You know, it's strange. What is it to be Banuk after Banur forsakes you? How do we decide who we are? How about you, Aloy? Who do you think we are? What will you remember of us?
You do more than just survive. You believe in something, and you're willing to fight for it. Nakoni was willing to die for it.
I like that. Nakoni dreamt of a werak without shamans or chieftains, and we might be that dream.
Nakoni's arrows. That's what we are. Shot from her bow in the north, to hit her target in the south.
I know I'm not part of the werak, but that's the best suggestion I've heard since I met you three.
Yes. Nakoni's arrows. We will try to fly true. Thank you, Huntress.
I'm always happy to help them out. Let's run around and loot, and more importantly, we need to fully take out these control towers so that they can't be repaired. I'm going to use these arrows. It takes a little bit more to destroy it fully, but they're cheaper to
You're
craft.
not gonna be the one to stop me.
I love how she talks to herself like the control tower's about to just like climb up out of the ground and run at her with little bitty root legs. Oh, this is all chill water. We do not need any more chill water. I always end up having an overabundance of it, even whenever I play Forbidden West. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I'm going to put up a poll involving Forbidden West on the community page after I finish timestamping this stream. I would greatly appreciate it if y'all participated and gave me your opinions, because I'm genuinely kind of stuck as to what I want to do. But yeah.
Sun's headed for the west. Keep my guard.
Alright, that's a few more control towers that aren't gonna be an issue to us anymore. Let's head on back to Bergrund and fill him in on the goings-on, and then we will bring this stream to a close.
Maria said to find her friend, the rock painter. Seems paintings mean a lot to the Banuk.
I'll give this to the Osram. Whatever they do with passion.
Bergrund, how'd your investment pay out?
Quite handsomely, thanks very much. You know those three crazy Banuk are calling themselves Nukoni's arrows now? Well, now that I have those parts, I can pay off a debt of my own.
So they've gone south then?
Aye, that they have. I've got a friend in the Sundom by the name of O'Toole. He owes me a favor. Old O'Toole is a machine scavenger, a pretty competent one. So I sent them to learn from the best.
Or at least from the pretty competent.
Well, we work with the resources we have. Speaking of which, here, a token of my gratitude.
Osram encampments creep closer to Banuk lands. They should exercise.
Alrighty. I think that was actually a very successful start into the DLC. We might actually, be able to finish it within 3 streams like I first assumed. The only thing that's really going to take us a lot of time to do is going to be running around and collecting all of the blue gleam, because we have almost all of the Banuk figures. We're only missing 1, and we don't even have the map for them, so I might just look up where it is, so we don't have to buy the map. But once we get the blue gleam map, we can just go through and run around and grab it. Might be what we do tomorrow to start off the stream, is run around and grab all the pigments that we have on the map, and then we will go ahead and do the bandit camp and yeah, I guess we can start on the hunting trials. Might do a couple of corrupted zones first, just to get a little bit of a warm-up in, but I think we should be able to do... We'll definitely be able to complete at least 1 of the hunting trials, and that's all they really request from you, but, you know, completionist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... We're only missing a few of the pigments, too. Hell yeah. We actually did very, very well today. I'm very proud of us. But, for now... If you spent time here today with me and Aloy and all of the Banuk here in the cut of the Frozen Wilds Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, then thank you all so very, very much for taking the time out of your day to spend it here with us. I greatly, truly appreciate you doing so. If you have to go to work or go home from work, please be very, very careful, and I will see all of you tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.